stream is coming up. Okay, we are in. As we wait for some people to wander in, I'm gonna set up my mate. We can discuss briefly where we ended up last time. At the end of yesterday, we were adding in some basic animation capability to move a red square, and that's where we left off. We kind of had it working, except there was a little bit of bookkeeping issues around the pause and resume. So we will have to address that issue first, and then we'll build up more complicated examples, and then eventually we'll start animating actual game elements. So that is the plan. Okay, so getting started. Here we go. Let's look at where we left off. We did our development testing in the about scene, and if I remember right, we used X to start it and escape to stop. Yep, and space to reset. So we can run it, and it runs the full thing, and then at the end, for some reason, it pops that right to the end, which makes me sad. And then if we stop, it is clearly not doing the bookkeeping right. So that's step number one. We got to fix that. So let's see. First off, I don't actually like this escape. So instead, we're going to put it in here. It's not running. We start it. If it is running, we'll just do this. That way, just double tap X to get more sense to me. And space is reset still. Okay. So, animation. When we start, we update the start time. When we pause, we capture how much running time we've got and add that into elapsed time. When we stop, it's the same as a pause reset. Reset updates elapsed time and our running T. Okay. Update. If we're running on a timer, we compute our new time based on the amount of time we've accumulated plus the amount of, oh, good, okay. Clearly, this one is backwards. The time when we start will always come after now. I'll come before now. So if we want a positive number, we have to flip those two around. There. Okay. Accumulated time now should work just fine. And then the other question is, when we hit the end, T should be 1. And then we apply it. And if the duration is too long, then we stop. Stop should pause, which should not apply in updates. So let's just see what that does real quick. Hopefully that was a fast, easy fix. Always a problem at the end of a stream. Programming would be more efficient without streaming, because I have to talk about what I'm doing and think about maybe becoming entertaining someday with practice. But it also means that I'm less likely to wander off and check a Facebook account or read email or whatever. So in some ways it's more focused, but in other ways it's definitely less focused. Okay, so that's it. Running. Run it. And then we hit X. Oh, interesting. It's still resetting all the way back to the Z. And then it jumps forward. Okay. Much closer though, much closer. Start. Elapsed time. Stop. Reset zeros everything. Update. Elapsed time. Good heavens. Yeah, over the duration. Okay. This is our problem. We don't actually want that stop to be in there. That was a remnant of an earlier pass. So like I said, just some simple bookkeeping, because here's where we call stop. At the end, after we make our last apply. So when we hit the stop before, it was resetting t to 0, and then it would hit this apply block. So now it'll just work beautifully. Okay, so start. Aha. Start, stop. Start, stop. It is jumping. Not what I would expect. If we are not running. So what I've done is set this animation. Okay, then what we're gonna do is change that a little bit. We're gonna put that up here. There, it only gets set once. Now start stop should work fine. Okay. Okay, good. Perfect. All right, everything is now finally firing correctly in the most simple case. Now we know when start and stop and pause are being called. Okay. Jolly good. Which means we need some more complicated. We need some more complicated tests. Okay. Or test some more features. So for example, instead of animation moving from color quad X to 300, we could move it color plot X and Y to 300, 300. Double X, Y. Move to X. Now when we hit X, it should slide down the diagonal. Nice. Okay. Cool. We could do that moves the position. We want to do maybe color. I don't think that was a single color, is it? Is it? It is a single color. No, it's not a single color. Let's use public for now. Oh, and these also. Okay. We're going to cheat for a little bit while we test. Color quad dot m underscore color 0. And then we're going to go to a new color. We're going to go to red, green, blue, maybe? Go to nice blue color. Color C. Set color. And that should just work. Of course, I can't. Okay, now when we hit X, it should fade to blue. We should make it green because we're on a black background. Okay. Fades to green. Reset, fade to green. Fade from red to green. Yeah. Now we could do a couple of different things. That's basic functionality of the value, the point, and the color. Instead of set duration, go back to range. Underscore animation dot set t update. And what we're going to update based on is the mouse X position. I think that's return double. Okay. We put Now suppose x divided by renderer frame width. Boom. So if the mouse is on the left edge, it'll be 0, and on the right edge, it'll go to 1. Seems reasonable. So as we move our mouse from left to right, the cube will, the box will march over to 300 and then back to 10. All right. If we've written all this code right, good luck us. Oh. Oh, not that one. Let's see. It should return. That'll work better. We don't want to return t, or we don't want to take input of t. We want to return a double. All right, let's see how this goes. Nope. Okay. So still needs some work. Oh, could be that these are integers, both of them. We're getting integer truncation to 0. All right, let's go look at the code then. Update t is going to equal t update. It will clamp it. So either we're getting clamped to 0, which we can come back and explore, but then this apply I know already works because we've tried it. And the duration doesn't matter because we're not testing that. So let's see if we're clamping for some reason. It would only be the 0, but for what we're seeing. There we go. Set t update running cannot update. It is not running. Who started my animation? Oh. It is not running. Set the range. You set the t update. Animation should default to not running. Is running false. Okay, then maybe the test is backwards. I've inverted the logic somewhere. Set t update if we are running. Don't change the way we update. Okay, that'll help. Helps if you look at your application output. And we have to remember to start the animation first. So, and about. We don't get that. So now if I hit X, as we move the mouse across, hey, now we have non-time based animation. Nice. And then, just to make sure, we'll test the others as well. Let me think. So I'm using X to start and stop. Let's change this a little bit. X, Y, Z. And we'll use T for toggle. Okay. So we'll use T to toggle this animation on or off. We'll use X, Y, Z to choose different animation applications. These three. X will be simple, one dimension. Y will be two dimension. And Z will be color. The other thing I want is to toggle between the animation types, because we're going to start doing slightly more interesting things with animation. Let's see here. This whole diet thing is killing me, but you know, it's probably better than getting diabetes. Maybe if we hit tab, toggle between the two. The two interpolation methods. If duration is greater than 0, do that, otherwise do that. Okay. Should set in the constructor a default behavior, which will be this. I kind of want to do one just for fun. Let's do like a let's do one more here. It's going to be more like value. Let's see. Let's find a good key to use real quick. Maybe like period. There it is, period. Slash? Yeah. We'll do / for our special case. So our range will be from 0 to 1. This will be a simple value interpolation, except we'll make 2 colors. Let's go from yellow to a very nice garish purple. Oh. Or yeah, not teal, not purple. What is this? Teal or aqua or something like that? Capture this and C1 and C2. Okay. So let me apply this. We're going to do a couple of things. What are those things? You want to set a color. Animation. Maybe we just make this public. That. If not, why not? Just convenience methods for anybody to use, even if they're not. X1 double Y1. We'll do the same thing for color. For C0 and C1. We also can make this static because these are just helper functions that don't actually need any information from the class itself. It makes it a little bit easier to reuse. We already are doing this right here. Here to the point one for now. Someday I'll think about maybe implementing a 2D vector or point class or something like that, or position class. Interpolate T from color not to color 1. And about not seen, we're going to take animation. Oh, we're making these static. Percolate. Based on the value that we're getting, or we'll call it T. No, we'll call it B. From C1 to C2. The other thing we're going to do is this point two is quad dot move to let's see here. Renderer frame width divided by 2. Actually copy that. My keyboard is getting worn out and all the key strikes are getting picked up. We will have X would be cosine. I guess we need math. Cosine of 1 times pi. Who has pi? Oh, we'll just see. Times our T. This will be multiplied by something. 200 or so. There we go. Sign. All right, let's see if it's all compiles. So close. C1. Matches. Nope. Yes, this is static, so just clean up. Let's see. Let's be easy stuff. Easy stuff. Oh. So we first set the color, then we move it to someplace on a circle. Alright, it doesn't know what m underscore pi is. There was a version, I've used several versions of C, ++, and C. And for some reason, some of the standards didn't define that math has a macro to define the m underscore pi. So I know it is in here, so I think ease dot age is ease dot c. Good enough. More syntax fun. Move to. There we go. We'll figure it out eventually. Okay. So if I remember right, by default, it's time-based left to right. That's the default behavior. Oh, X sets it, then T toggles it. There we go. So go X, T toggle. Yay. Y, reset. T, oops. T will move it in a downward diagonal. Perfect. Reset. Z will change the color, so we'll toggle it on. Good. Reset. And then we can make it mouse-based with tab instead of time-based. So now when we go to X and turn on the animation, left to right. Okay, toggle, reset Y, and when we turn this on, the box should move diagonally based on my mouse X position. Good. Toggle reset Z should change the color as I move my mouse left to right. So turn it on, left, right. Very nice. Turn that off, reset. Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. The last thing we want to test is this crazy animation that we made, which should do color and position, and it should move it around in a circle. So we're going to turn it on, and we will move it around. It'll turn colors from yellow. Nice. Not bad, not bad. Cool. Turn it off, reset. Let's change it back to time-based. And so I'll still be able to circle and the color all at once. Boom. Boom. Very nice. Woohoo! So interestingly, that means that in OpenGL, in the 2D world, or maybe it's the CMath library, but the angle is going to go clockwise instead of counterclockwise. But hey, that's not it. Okay, so we're going to call that a win. We're going to mark that up and add some notes. Okay, so for today, tasks. Oh. And test animations, time versus time versus function pointer based t and value point color. I would say we have accomplished that. The other The other thing we need to do, not the other thing, there's many more things, is add easing curves to animations. That will be simple. Then we're going to start adding animations to the gameplay. Okay. Minor typos, bookkeeping, errors in initial implementation of animations, all fixed. Does have a lot of weird log. Yeah. This has an extra log statement we don't need. I feel like all of the audio-based. Oh, clampty. That needs to be fixed. That. Okay. These don't even have to be multi-liners, they're all the same. Easy. Okay. I would say that's not bad. Sound set file. We're going to turn that off for now, but we might keep it for later debugging. We've already spent a good amount of time trying to debug that darn audible click. So if there are any experts that know about port audio, let me know. You said / boom. Okay. We're going to call all of that good. We are going to put one more thing in about singing just so we know what we're testing as we test it. We're just going to make this a 10. 10. 10. Down. Change color. These are just the basic building blocks. We're going to turn these into some fun little sequences of animations for the game. You get the basics, right? The rest of it kind of builds on top of it pretty quickly. It's one of the reasons I like writing code from scratch myself without using a library. Like, I'm sure that there are animation libraries out there that do things maybe even better than what I can do, but this way I set what the abstractions are that I use. Those abstractions always fit my problem better than somebody's attempt at a generic solution almost all the time. Because when you start hitting real world problems, the flexibility to change anything at any time the way that you want to fit your problem better is always a very powerful tool. Okay. Changing color. Okay. I have a whole, I don't know, maybe mini lecture or I don't know, have a whole discourse about what computer science is and how it's being abused, why we sometimes overdo things that seem like they have all the right reasons, but it doesn't quite ever work out that way. So, possibility one. I do want, well, yeah, let's do this. Hold on there, just a second. Oh, stay there, stay. Hold on, just a second. Okay, sorry about that. We have someone playing the sprinklers. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. Gotta train my youngest son to not interrupt. So, okay. Here. And change color. It's fine. There. Let's make sure none of those changes broke anything before we do this. Move square right. Shouldn't that say right square? Did I not build it? Oh, well, I'm building everything. All right, just a minute then. Oh. Okay. Consistency is so hard. Boom. Right. This is the one that was found. There we go. There it goes. Animate square to the right. Animate time in 1 second. Boom. Okay. X, Y, Z slash tab. Good. T starts and stops and space resets. Cool. Okay, so that's full test suite. Mark it. That's a victory. Oh yeah. In about scene time function based T value point and color. Interpolation. Updates. All tested and working. In about scene. Okay, so back to the journal. We've done it. Next thing, we need to add easing curves, and actually this is the easiest part, I think. So what an easing curve does is it's going to take our T and it's going to change the shape. So let's go into animation. We're going to include ease.hpp, which we added to the project yesterday. We're going to take an easing method set ease to easing method. And we should probably return one as well, just like we do with duration. Oh, wait. Right after duration is where we want it. And if you are interested, we can definitely talk about what the easing method is. Let's see here. Wish I was more consistent about a few things. All right. Okay, that's one thing we have to do. The other thing we have to do, double P. And we are going to be able to look at our. This is more for this variable and this function. Do I want it? Do I not want it? So we can do a couple different things here. We can keep the value P between frames. We don't need to, and we don't really need to look at it either in this way. Yeah, we're not going to. We'll just take, oh, is that true? What if I want to use P for my own purposes? We're gonna, we'll do it. M underscore P doesn't really need to be initialized, I don't think. But we can. This one. This is basically the parameterized T. If those are interested, it kind of doesn't matter. So we're going to clamp T, and then underscore P equals this equals ease T using our easing method. And that's it. And then here, instead of applying T, we apply P. And that's it. So we calculate our T. It always has to be between 0 and 1. Then we parameterize that T into a new shape. And then we can apply it just the same way we applied the T. Couple of notes. Parameterized value is not clamped to 0 and 1. Most of them are, but not all of them are. For example, there's a couple that have overshoot. Back in and back out are some examples. But we will take a look at that. What we really have to do now is, here are all the examples. Linear is the first one because it literally does nothing. It just returns T. So we should see no difference in that case. So if you look at linear, we just return T. It's a dead simple method right there. All of these in this kind of quote style. Here's what we're gonna do. Oop, my bad. Search for one of these. Search for that. Center, record the thing. Make sure we don't break anything. Whatever editor I was in was definitely choosing a block comment over a line comment. So we're just gonna clean that up real quick. Just making sure it doesn't break things as we go. Sometimes I record a macro and it works in 99% of the cases, but then I hit one that I hadn't considered. That makes me sad. Okay. Yeah. So in about sync, what we're going to add is one more keyboard shortcut for something. Let's see. Let's use square brackets. One other thing I want to have. I do not have. Okay. Well, we should have a static const char star name. Easy method label. That's an array. Equals the array of strings which is basically these turned into something readable. So step one, we're going to search for equal, let's see here, make sure I'm recording a macro, forward, kill, comma, and go. And this last step will break because there's no comma. Boom. There. And now, we're going to put the comma back in for now. We'll come back to that. 2, we're going to go here, search for the comma, and make it a string. Boom. Next, we're going to make a macro, search for underscore, and we're going to make it a capital. Oh, I can't do that. I can't. Here's what we're going to do. Oops. Search for underscore, capitalize it, and record. Okay. Until we get to bounce in out. Now the rest of these are easy. Here, macro. Boom. Now we just remove the underscores with nothing. Little simple replacement method. Okay, there. And since these are in the same order as the enumeration, easy peasy, no pun intended. Okay, maybe a pun intended. Then we can get static const char star name of an easing method, and this function is now trivial. Name, no, let's call it label. Change my mind. Sure. Return is easy method label at the number of that method. Boom. Perfect. That way we can log something useful in about. Let's see what the name of those keyboard inputs are. Right bracket, left bracket. T go. There's T. Put T up here by space. Okay. If input equals left bracket, we're going going to do something, and if it's right bracket, we'll do something else. The thing we will do is this. Any questions, comments? Nobody in the chat? Okay. What we're going to do is our ease method will equal static cast to easing method of I'll just take it. Okay. Left bracket will decrease if index is less than linear. Yes, in modern C++, we have to tell it we really do care about the type, the value, not the, what's it? Index equals 0. Oh, no. We can do this. We'll keep it consistent. And then, but there, that's it. That's the whole thing. Same thing over here, except that we're going to go plus plus. And if index is greater than or equal, no, greater than smoother step, all uppercase, there we go. So we increment index, clamp it, set it, then animation ease is ease label of image. There we go. Easy method. Huh. Oh. I see. Oh, yeah. You have to use it when you declare it, but not when you implement it. So close. Static cast int of ease. What? Oh. Animation dot using method. Yeah. They're not inside the animation. We're doing this outside of that. Therefore, animation dot set using method. Boom. Boom. I should sort out that. Big plans for the weekend, or update. My daughter will have a birthday. Had a birthday, so we're gonna have a barbecue this weekend. Doing some chicken shish kebabs. Should be delicious. Oh, we do not want to change things while we are running. There's like this weird electric semicolon thing happening. I do not like it. I must have hit a keyboard shortcut I don't know about to toggle it on. I've done it a couple times. But I may just have to shut down Emacs and bring it back up. All right. Oh, the other thing I want to do. Is just log out with linear easing at the start. Then when you update it, it will obviously print out the updates to the thing. Nope, that's not right. Run it. Okay. So in our about scene, we see that we're in linear. We toggle it on and off. Reset, toggle. Very nice. Set color to go from and to thing. Pretty sure I did not. I should have. Anyway, fix that in a bit. But if we use the left bracket, it'll stay linear because that's the end. But we go quad in, oops, and it speeds up to the end. Quad out, reset, and it slows down in. So quad in out. This is one I commonly use. It just has such a nice smooth in and out. Cube in. So it's just a more pronounced animation. Cube out, decelerates more. Brown. It's a lot sharper. Like the slope of the acceleration deceleration is different. Quart in out. Quart out. So quartic function. It's just a fourth to the fourth power instead of to the quintic. In out. Quint in out. Whoa. Okay, that I did not expect. Whoa. Sign in. Huh. Huh. Yeah, I may have to look at that one. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, I don't know what these sign ones are doing. Sign in out. That one seems somewhat reasonable. Circle in. Oh. Circle out. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, let's take some notes here. Sign in, sign out look bad. I don't use them that often, like ever, so quarter cycle of a sine wave. To test. This looks bad. And sign out. And what did I say? Circle in out looks bad. Looks like there's discontinuity, and I'm running at 3,000, 4,000 frames per second. So pop. There's that weird pop. Oh, I don't like that. So I'm gonna say circle in out looks bad. Reset. What do we got? What's we got here? Exponential in. Realm. Exponential out looks fine. Exponential in out. Wee. That looks fine. elastic in. Oh, that should end at 300. There, elastic out. Oh. So back in, there you go. There's the back in, back out. So one of them it's like boing, the other one is zooms to the end and then boing. It's past the target. Yep. Back in, out. Gives you a little over bounce on both sides. Bounce in. I like bounce out. We're going to use that later. I don't like bounce in, out. Square wave is halfway through the time it just pops to the other value, so it's not actually that interesting, but you know, we provide it. Smooth step and smoother step. Those are both used in like parallel noise generation. So that's it. We've tested all of the easing curves. They all seem to work. We can try the different things like let's see, let's go back to bounce in, out, and bonk. Maybe we go to elastic in, out. Swing. Nope. Okay, elastic in. Where's my other to do? This is not high on my list of priorities right now. Dot A. This looks bad. Pops back to t equals 0. Okay. Just run it again just to. Yeah, I think that should not end up there. Let's see here. Should we just go straight for /? So we're gonna go in the circle and change the color. That way you can see some. Let's go sign in, out, and we. Quad in, out is just one I use all the time. Accelerates nicely, decelerates nicely. It's just a great little animation. Like I think most of the time it's going to be like an elastic, a bounce. Okay, most of the time it's going to be linear, elastic, bounce, or back out or back in. I don't remember. Like most of the shapes I want to do are in those areas. So, all right, we've done it. We have added animation easing to our animations, and it's only been an hour and what, 20 minutes? Let's see, where's mine? Where are we at? Yeah, hour and 20 minutes. Nice. So let's take the win. I like it when things are easy. Easing curves are implemented and tested. Oh, wait. Give me that again. How did the /? Oh, okay, yeah, that's correct. Because for some reason I was thinking T would be passed, but in animation at C, in the interpolation here, when it applies, it is applying the parameterized T. Yeah, good. Okay. Added to the animation. Tests working in bouncing notes added to using curves that don't look right. But we're not fixing those unless we actually use them. Boom. Okay, next thing, we're gonna start adding animations to the game. Oh, you know what? We're gonna add animation to action sequence. There we go. We'll just update that real quick, and then dash no edit. Yeah, no edit. Like a one-line journal entry change, so we just changed the last git commit without changing anything else about it. Just add this in as though it had always been there. Okay, we're gonna add animation to the action sequence, and then we'll start adding animation to gameplay. So I'm gonna use a restroom break, and we will be back shortly. I'll grab a snack. Okay. See you shortly. Doing pretty good. I'm afraid we may have to come over here and do this item, but not until I see that I need to. So we're going to do animations and action sequences. So bring up animation and action. Just take a look at what we've got while I snack. I don't think I have to do anything to action itself. It just passes things through. It's like a little container for all the bookkeeping. So that's not too bad. I guess what we need then is action sequence. This is where it will be added. Similar to what we did with set play sound, like the sound itself has a way we treat it. And we'll do a similar thing with animation, although it doesn't require any new functionality inside of the action itself. Except we're going to do it a little differently. Are we? Ooh. Are we? There may be a lot of times where I only want the animation to be live over the length of the action sequence. Then we'll just do it like this. For now. We may want to in the future have ways of adding a sound or an animation which only exists over the lifetime of the sequence. But for now, we're just going to require that you pass it in. So that raises a question. Was the sound or the animation passed in, or was it created local to the action sequence? Which actually is okay. Is that okay? How do I feel about that? Because we can. Yeah, I actually think this is okay. If we want to in the future, we can, when we call set animation, say for this index? We don't know. Well, let's not worry about it right now. We'll get around to it. Oh, the other thing. We have two things we want to do. Sometimes we want to start an animation or a sound, but not wait for it to finish. So we'll get around to that as well. We'll add complexity as needed. All the same rules apply here. Animation. Animation dot start. So one feature we may want to add to animations is when you set the T update, we also have a done, and maybe it just always returns false. Maybe that's that is a thing you can do. But you can also say when the mouse gets all the way to the far edge of the screen, this action is over, or when you click, right? To be safe, probably should do something like this. Reset start. Do I want to? I'm actually not sure I want to. So many choices. Let's not for now. We'll put it in if we want to. Later. So when we start it, set do until we're not going to do anything, but we do want turn animation is running. Do until the animation is not running. I think that's basically it. One thing to consider, let's add a note to action sequence here. Okay. Um. So we could actually do some kind of interesting things, like we could start a sound that has no end duration, like it'll play forever. We can add a non-time based animation which tests to see if the sound is over. So it'll update state until the sound stops. Musical chairs. Terrible. Okay. Okay. So let's walk through the idea one more time. Animation, make sure that the index is within range. Make sure that the animation is a real thing. It says start. It keeps doing things until. Oh, wait, we do need the animation.update. I'm distracted by the crumbly cheddar cheese. Okay. Boom. Okay. We keep updating the animation until the animation is not running anymore. Okay. Not bad. Let's test it. Animation action sequence. And we need the scheduler. Oh, do I not have a scheduler set up? Probably not. Oh wait, no, the scheduler is part of every scene. We put it in there. Yes, we did. And it's automatically updated, right? Scheduler update, yes. Okay. So I don't have to do anything about it, except set it up. So we have to decide what animation we want to play, or what sequence of animations we want to play. Let me think. A good test. So I'm just feeling a little tired today. Let's see. If we move the box in a square with different easing curves and times, And then we can layer on top of that later. That's not the worst. That'll do. So make a bunch of these. 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll be fine. Animation 1, set range. Uh, 10, no, from 100 to 200, and this capture, accepting parameter v, this point to color quad, move to v, and y. It's all very similar. Okay. So we're going to move from 100 to 200. That's the other way around. Move, so we're moving across the top of a box. We're going to move down. Nope. We're going to move the box to location. $100 to B, which is also 200. So we'll move it up. So trace the bottom, move up. Back across. Other way around. And then this one brings us back to 100. Yep, okay. Sort of. 200. There, I think. We're going from 100, 100 to 200, 100. Then we'll go from 200, 100 to 200, 200. We will go from 200, 200 to 100, 200. So that's just the top of the box. Then we're going to go from 100 200 down to 200, 100, 100, back where we started. We can leave NM5 out. Now, okay. NM1 set duration equal to a thing. 0 set easing method to let's just do quad in out. That's an easy. NM2 set duration. That take 2 seconds, 1 second. We'll leave this one linear. Bounce over 2 seconds? Sure. What was it? Bounce out, I think. I can't remember. I have the pictures from the documentation, which I have pasted in channel 4. Let's take a quick look. I want bounce out. Yes. Over 2 seconds, and then for the return to home, and we can make this explicitly linear. Animation 4. Take 1 second. Set easing method 2. So we've got quad, we've got linear, we've got bounce. I think we'll do back out. So it's going to overshoot when it's moving down. Actually, let's change this. Change the linear to the last segment. Make the back out this segment. Okay. So it's going to quad in out. It's going to overshoot and come back. Then it's going to bounce at the end. And it's just going to move linearly down. That should be fine. And the first segment will take 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second. Okay. So when we hit a button, I need a button, maybe period. Did we use period? We haven't. Great. M_ scheduler dot. New action sequence. And we want, let's go ahead and do 6 actions. Okay. Second. Call this, then call the update. Okay, that should work. 2 sequence. Set immediate. Capture nothing, take nothing. Start sequence. And the last one. Mm-hmm. 0.6f. That's just time. 0.6f seconds. Time. Okay, so the first and last sequences are good. Set play animation. Sequence. Set play animation. And the address of m_anim1. 2, 3, 4. 2. Let's see if that takes about 6 seconds. Oh, that's not right. 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay, animation start. Animation update. Okay, we've already set that up. And go again. All right. Compilation wasn't too bad. That's not correct. Run it. And it crashes. That's fair. We should probably do a clean end build anyways. That's probably what it is. It's complaining about, oh, run it there. Oh well, it's fine. Bundle all our assets in. The directory you're in when you run compile invokes the make file in that directory. So if I'm at the root level of my project, this is the make file that runs, the one that bundles all the assets into the executable and then compiles it. But if I'm in my actual source code file, that just does the compile without the extra steps. So embedding the binaries actually doesn't take that long. Just generates text. Okay, now if I hit period, that should draw a square with a square. Over, down, over. Two, bounce, linear. That is 6 seconds down to pretty good resolution, actually. So here the difference is tiny, down to the thousandth of a second, which, given our frames per second, makes sense. And running the animation doesn't seem to drag us down, so it's not like I've done something too egregious. Draw the circle is not a sequence, that's just running an animation. But period. In that first segment there, yeah, quad in out, there's the back out, there's the bounce out, and the linear. Okay. I could be persuaded that all of that is as expected, except the move to... Oh, no. Yeah, I'm expected to top, then down, yeah. Because I've got screen space where 0, 0 is this top corner. So in OpenGL, this corner here, the bottom left-hand corner is 0, and that's positive x and positive y that way. But since we're doing a 2D application, we're going to be like most other 2D applications, have 0 here, and this is positive y, and that's positive x. So I've already remapped all that. So when I was talking through these movements, I was in OpenGL space, not in my screen space that I've defined. So, okay, cool. So that sequence works. Let's come over here. I want to do this part. Include action. I actually do want to take action Boolean function. And that'll be T done. So where it is T update action bool func underscore T done. So T update T done. Duration is less than or equal to 0, and T done that's probably good enough. Set T update. We'll now take action bool function T done. T done equals done. And here M underscore T done equals whatever. Do I want to assert that T is done is not null? In fact, think what we want to do is say you can supply one if you want, but you don't have to. Which means start with it null. Short T done. Not null. And this evaluates true. So we don't have to actually run this function or provide it at all. If duration is not valid, check to see if we have a done function. If we do, there. Okay. So now we can arbitrarily end a non-time based animation, which I will show you here in a second. Like what? Maybe we should use. Let's do. Do I want it? Okay. We're doing action sequence. And we are adding both of these right now. Because it's actually not that hard. I think. So what these mean is we're going to start a thing, but we're not going to wait for them to finish. We're going to go right on to the next thing. And this will be very similar to this one, except do immediately. Index literally do nothing. I think that not do immediate, just immediate. So this one is set immediate, and it just needs a function update. Except there is no update. It literally does nothing except start it. Let's simplify it better. What does immediate do? Does it call update? It calls update once, right? Immediate. Yeah, immediate automatically fires off updates. So I don't have to have it as a start function. Action sequence. There. And this would be very similar. We can start an animation without the start. Immediate function. And we don't care about when it ends. Oh no. Can we do that? Somebody needs to call the animation update. Not like sound. who do I hand that off to? Index animation start is fine. I need a background runner that will keep running. Sound already takes care of that. There's a different process that's looping and requesting new cues and actually playing the audio, so it's not part of my event loop. But animations are very, very tied to my event loop. So let me think about this for a minute. Oof. Animation update. Option 1. If you are going to start an animation, it must be inside of an unconditional update inside of the scene that contains the animation. So in other words, let me see. Update. So if it is not running, it won't do anything. So that is one way to do it, which we could do right now. We could say just always update the animation. And we'll turn it on or off. The update function will be always called. That's not the worst, because we might want to start it and leave it running after the rest of the action sequence is finished. Option 2 is that action sequence is given a background pool of functions to update. And every time an action sequence fires off, it says, what other background process do I have that's not part of the current action, that's a leftover of the previous action, of a previous action that I have to run update for? Until everything is done in action sequence, then it stops running. So you might set up like a what? Note the animation in question must be updated, must have its update method called in the main animation to take effect. Is that a thing? If the sound has infinite duration, the sound can play after this sequence terminates. The animation can continue to run after this terminates. And those are all the caveats. Otherwise, I think we can do whatever we want in this setup without making structural changes or assumptions about when a sound or animation needs to stop. Let's just compile this and see if it compiles as is. The changes we made. I did a clean. That's fine. It's not the worst thing. Yeah, we can do anything we want here. But there's a couple of more things I want to test in this setup. Or we call this a chapter on animation basics functionality. Before I go take a nap, let's see. So in our about scene, I want to do the following. So sound 0 is C. Alright, so we reset the sequence. One, two, or 0, 2, 4, 7. 0, 2, 4, 7. Are you ready? 0, 2, 4, 7. So I need 5 more steps for this new action sequence. We need 11. Okay. So, sequence set let us start sound 1 the address of m_sounds sub 0. Two, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. sequence set yeah, sure. Set immediate. Set starts sound. No, this be set immediate. No. Actually, yeah. Set immediate 9. And we're going to capture this. We will tell the last sound. So 0, 2, 4, 7. We will say underscore sounds sub 7. Oh, but sounds are not private. Sounds are private. You know what? We're gonna cheat. Sound S. Oh no, we can't cheat. Can't cheat. Actually, sounds 7. We'll just pass him S here. And we'll say S stop. Okay, so we start off with a log statement. We start a sound and then play an animation. When the animation is done, oh, we should do that. See if it's going to set on end. Let's research a little bit on end of step 2. Capture S and we say S stop. I think that's basically it. Two. Step 4 is done. We stop the sound. So 4. And I think it's stage 6. Stop sound. Which actually means we don't need that other step. So step 7. And click the animation. And stage 8. We don't need this anymore. Our action sequence only needs 10 elements now. So we should hear C major scale while it's tracing things around, which we can try out. And about. And it's a period. So here comes the sounds. And it crashes. Because action count did not match. Because I'm a doofus and didn't change this one. Alright, we're going to push period. So start sounds works fine. Means that the sound can run for the duration of the animation. Let me think. I want to also test the start animation piece. Which we can do not too badly. All right. Good. And there are two things we can do. First of all, we're adding a new animation here. We're going to animate color from black to white. Maybe one of these days we need to implement gradients so we can step through multiple colors in a single animation. But they're not there yet. This color C. This point to up. Okay, hopefully. Color quad dot set color to that. Set the update. Okay, and now there are two things that have to be. Well, we can let's see here. We pass in the update itself, which outputs a double. Oh no, it doesn't output anything. Takes a double value. Actually, this is going to be just like that last thing we did. Where's the mouse? Mouse. That's for this one. Yes. This is what we need. Mouse position divided by frame width. So it's again where the mouse is will determine our time as we step through the square's color. And anim5, since it doesn't have an end, will need to always be updated. I need an extra one. Start animation in the second step. Address of anim5. Six, seven, 8, 9, 9, and 10. So as soon as we start this animation, the sound will start playing, and we'll be able to move our mouse to change the color of the cube even while it's doing everything else. In theory. Okay. And it doesn't stop because we didn't tell it to. Good. So if we come down to this sequence, M and M5 or address of M and M5. You know what? Animation A equals and M and M5. The sound and the animation will stop at the same time. It is still animating. Did I not build? I thought I built. I thought about building. Okay. And crashes. We do a clean build just to make sure. I don't like GCC, but I haven't switched over to Clang because there's one thing that GCC does that Clang doesn't, or as far as I can tell, any other C++ compiler. And I need that for the compiler work I like to do. It's I can make actual jump tables in GCC. Basically, I can make a table of labels. Then you just go to on like an array lookup of those labels. So I've not switched off of GCC, even though it drives me bonkers sometimes. Okay, try it again. And the animation froze when I stopped. Good. The animation stopped. Yes, yes, yes. And the runtime was 4 seconds. Should it not be 6 seconds? That's 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Uh-oh. That was 6 seconds. Did I... oh dear. Let's see. I broke something. This is 6 seconds of runtime here. 3 to 9. 6 seconds, 6 seconds. And then suddenly, magically, 4 seconds. It's a very exact 4 seconds, but 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 is not 4. Look at that, 4 seconds. Why? This is running so well. 5. I'm just letting my brain spin in idle mode while I think about what I've done. So are those animations running in different times? Let's see here. We start an animation. We start a sound. And then we have to wait for that animation to complete. And that animation to complete. And that complete. Yeah. And they are set for 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second. All right. Going. Six. And I'll just hard code it. It's fine. Oh, good, we were in time. Maybe we need to add the animation sequence times in. Say, here's how long we've been running. Here's what our runtime was. Yeah. All right, we run it about, and then where did the first one go? Animate 0. There it is. And index plus plus. So close. But so it started at 2.3 seconds in. 2 to 6 seconds. Okay. So I must have had an index out of order thing. Black, white, and when the sound stops, that color is locked. Yep. Yeah. 19 to 25, so that's 6 seconds. Okay, so timing is correct. I think there was a logging error above where it wasn't getting the right number of steps before it logged out that last sound. Awesome. Okay, so what we're going to do is I think that is a success. Start animation, start sound, and we could actually and in 5, we set the update. We don't give it a condition for when it might be done. We could add one just for testing. Let's do it since it seems to be working the way as intended right now. Capture nothing, get nothing, and we return a boolean. Return input is key pressed. Some key. Let's see here. What about a pretty sure it's just comma, right? Boom. So now it will stop either at the end of the animation, because we force it to, or when we hit a comma. We can try it. About. Now, if I hit period, comma stops that one. We hit the end of the animation. And since it's already stopped, it shouldn't do nothing. Yeah, if we say stop when we're not running, I don't care. Awesome. 6 to 12, that is 6 seconds. Yes. Getting 2 stop commands is not the worst. We will end up removing, I think, some of these warnings as we go, but we'll run the dot all the way through. The animation's back up and running. And it locked out at the end of there as well. Perfect. And that's another 6 seconds. So good. I think that's it. Like we've got all the functionality for some very complex things now. So let's call this a victory. Animations now work in action sequence. And start, sound, and start. Animation to action sequence. Some caveats noted in code. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay. Animations in action sequence. Start animation. Start sound in action sequence. Caveats in code. Tested in about dot not seen. Nice. Ooh. 2, 3, 7. Okay. We've been at this for a while, almost 3 hours. We've got a couple more hours in me with a break. Maybe a snack and a break. That was a very productive day so far. Let's just look through the journal real quick. Nope, not that. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Whoa. Wow. That seems less readable than it was just a second ago. We'll do that. That's not how I had that command set up. That's reasonable. Readable, I guess. Okay. So go up here. Crappy programmer art. We've got just enough for laying things out and making sure things align, and a visual for the space that we'll need when we do slightly better crappy programmer art. So I'm not too worried about this. This fix audio, click it end of recorded sounds. That bothers me. Window sizing. We need to do that before we do the crappy programmer art. Let's move these up. That bug is something we can chase down. I don't remember what the exact sequence was. Mulan's coded sound. So let's in tech. Another set QOI. Yes. So let's create a new category called size optimization. We're going to put Mulan coded sound. We're going to put in QI, image compression. Yep, that one's also another space thing. Obviously, if we're going to improve our size, then that's great. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna throw functions to tell me how much memory was being used up. So that's good. Okay. Audio. Do I want to add loops? Do I want to specify a start and stop time within a clip to play just a clip? Those are things we can add, but I'm not actually, I don't have a need for them right now, so this is low priority stuff for me. Animation. Actually, animation's basically in. Size optimization is going to be like one of the last things we do. Because I want to see how much actual memory we can save, not just get a slight improvement now and think it's wonderful, but not gain everything we want to gain. So we'll put that pretty late. Better texture handling is pretty high priority. We're going to need that, especially when we get around to sprite sheets and batch texture quads. Here's a question: do I need batch texture quads? So the idea here is your GPU is so fast that the slow part is actually moving data to and from the graphics card. So what you want to do is load up a huge amount of data, dump it all one time, and then say, go forth and do. So instead of saying, here's one quad with one texture, go draw, we instead load up as many quads as we can with a few textures, say push the, a few textures to the GPU, and then say go. So it renders a whole bunch of quads in one draw call. Right up until now, we have not been using texture quads for literally anything. I think 2 days ago we added one texture quad for the room background. Sprite sheets we will need for other animations. Okay. Let's get back into put animation back in here. Tech. So when I put the word tech, I mean I need this to build something else. And it's like a basic technology that I can move to the next game we build. When I say GP, it's gameplay. So this is related directly to the game and the user's interface to it. So whether I have spreadsheets or not doesn't matter to the user, but it does matter to me and the next game I build. So in animation, we already mentioned something that would be really handy, and we probably don't need it today, or even in this game necessarily. And that is gradient. I'll animate over a gradient. The other thing is I will want to animate over sprite sheets. But I think those are pretty low priority. I'm not sure I'm ever going to get around to those. Okay, audio. I don't know that any of that needs much help at all. The main one that I'm interested in is linearizing the volume steps. So when we build up the settings scene more, we'll want music volume, gameplay volume, and then a master volume. And what will happen is when I play a sound, I'll have to specify that those are parameters to multiply the final volume by. But what I've found is that down here at the low end of the volume, like if you're on this volume slider, down on the low end, small changes make a big difference, while up here at the big end, it doesn't seem as important because it's just It's not the way the human ear works. Just because your output voltage is linear does not mean that the perceived audio is. So I think that's the only one I want to keep around for now. Let's see here. Let's go down to discarded tasks to low priority tasks. Like, maybe we don't get around to that in this tooltips. It would be nice if the button had a tooltip pop up. That's fine. Customize. Okay, so that's settings window. Let's make a category. Gameplay. Settings. Menu. I want to do screen size. We are going to maintain a consistent aspect ratio. We do want color picking a little bit so that people with color blindness, if they feel like, can change the colors and what they mean. Or maybe like a speedrunner, it's just easier to see the color yellow than blue, maybe, or I don't know. Gameplay, customize the reject preset characters. That okay. So those are all very good. Those are useful things. Oh, tech. I might not get around to this. Executable icon. Well, let's see. Actually, you know what? I do want to get around to that. This is more important to me than that. Tooltips. Settings menu. Save. Okay, so saving replays. That's a fun one. Okay, well, we'll think about it. I don't like vCenter text, so that's a nice one to fix. Gameplay, local high scores, the about screen, none of that's there. This one's becoming a higher priority for me. This is actually a bug, I should say. Okay, animations. This is actually more of a gameplay now. The tech stuff we've got in a separate animation section. Raise, rotate, work, yes. Remove words at the end of the level. Yeah, those are all different animations we could maybe add. This is sort of what we're going to look at today. You know, sprite sheets, batch text box. Right now, crappy programmer art is below like screen size things. It is above some of this other stuff, though. So, layers. In a 3D game, you might have a 3D camera for the main scene, but then you also have like a GUI HUD, or maybe you have like a map. And the way that you render each of those might use its own camera, its own projection matrix, its own set of things. So in that case, each scene would have multiple layers, and each layer would have its own render camera and MVP and viewport. That's not important in this game at all. So I can happily delay that and worry about that in my next game. It's not a useful feature for me now. Scene manager, index versus name lookup. I mean, I kind of don't care what the name is of the scene right now. It would be nice to have for like debugging instead of, so in the console, when I'm saying loading scene 1 or loading scene 3 and destroying scene 3, it'd be nice if that wasn't, but I don't have that many scenes, and so it's easy for me to just not worry about that. Dynamic list of scenes. Yeah, right now it's all hard coded. Everything's hard coded because this game is so simple, it doesn't matter. That will change in the next one. I can discard that task till next game safely. End of project task. These things can wait until the end of the project, like that. So I don't have to worry about those. Two bugs. Fixing the audio click. You know what? It says tech, but let's put that as a bug. The tech works otherwise. Set window size based on render area. I can't do better art until the window size is set up the way I want. So right now what I have is the window size is set to include the frames. When I say it's 1024 by 768 for a nice consistent aspect ratio, there's the title bar. And so my render area is not actually the size I think it is, which makes me sad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change, or I'm going to add a function to the window class to set the window size based on the render area I want. Once we have that, then the settings and the better programmer art can happen. All right, texture handling. Yeah, that needs to be updated. Texture quads. With batching. I think that will be useful. Sprite sheets and animating sprite sheets are probably useful. Audio. Okay, so this is in that delay bucket, I think. It's much of it. I kind of don't care about these features right now. But I do need to linearize the volume steps, and that is actually more of an issue of the settings menu here. In the settings menu, what I input will have to apply that transform to the audio. Okay, that makes me feel better. Set window size, prioritization, spreadsheets. Animations, gameplay, add animations. That is something I would like to get started today. We're at an hour and 40 minutes left, give or take. Ooh, multi-line text. That, okay, so I wrote one text driver, which was very educational, but the multi-line text has to be before the about window can be done. Right, I basically said, I'm starting with the simplest, stupidest thing. It was one character per draw call. It was all being updated at stupid times. And I slowly iterated on that until I've got text where I think it's pretty quick. It batches things in a texture and uses UV coordinates so I can batch render text. But since I do some alignment within a rectangle, you know, top left or center, then I made some assumptions about the way that the text will be laid out as a single line. So multi-line text, it's not too bad work-wise. Probably take me 2 days to work out all the bugs, but it's not bad. Gameplay about scene. Local high scores scene. This one is not really a high priority for me right now. I would like to have it done before the next project. You know what? I want it done before the end of the next project. I don't want to delay this to the end of everything. Text about scene. That will be fun. Saving and playing back the game, that's going to be an exciting little piece of binary data file formats. Settings. Scene. This can be delayed quite a bit, actually. animation, sprite sheets, better crappy programmer art. Better crappy. Needs better window sizing. And what? Do I need sprite animation? Okay. If I'm gonna do multi-line text, we'll have to address the vCenter at that time. Okay, so priority-wise, skill icon, linker things for the next project are all in there. Okay, so what does that leave us at? Fixing scale and rotation. I really do want that as we play with animation, so maybe we'll come around to that sooner than later. This is just a gameplay bug, which I should fix. Fix audio click at end of sounds. Also, I've spent too much time on this already, I can't figure it out. That is a high priority. Okay. Up to about here, seems like I have a very good idea of what to do and what I'm doing. Oops.
You finally got all of the Oh, can you tell me
These ones
before you disappear in there?
are localized scores, settings. You know, none of these are hard. These are just doing it. That's not hard. That's just doing it. That's not hard. It's just about doing it. Priority tasks. These ones all have dependencies or above or got a good plan for it. Okay. Okay, but I said today was all about animations, so we're gonna do some animations today. Not that many, but definitely some. This one up near the top. All right, let's do a letter color change. Just in the alphabet on the blackboard, not the letter color change. We're gonna do this one. Maybe we'll start with this one. Ah. We'll start with alpha fade in, fade out. Maybe we'll do a raise or alpha. No, not alpha. Color blend. Color fade. Okay. Like these are just different ideas. They don't all have to be used. We'll probably throw some 3 of them together and see which ones we like best. This one might be kind of fun. The 5 letters that we deduced when you click them, have them rotate out to swap places. One, two, three. We can also fade out the marked one. Fade out blue. Okay. All right. We just did a bit of a task prioritization, categorization. We're going to commit it. Task review, planning, updated tasks in journal. Okay. All right, let's add some animations. Let's do the deduced letter swapping. Yeah. So, go to the about scene. We need animations, action sequence, and scheduler. Don't know which ones of those we already have. Oh, we already have the action scheduler and the action sequence. So all we needed was the animation. Okay. I'm gonna make a new function called void init. Oh, let's see here. animation. M underscore swap reduced letters animation. Boom. Okay. So we have a couple of things here. We can animate turning the letter to blue, and we can animate turning the letter back to gray, and we can animate the rotation of the two letters. So this is two pieces here. Okay. Color, deduced, letters, animation. Yeah, we have two animations we want to deal with. Let's break these down to functions. Void. Make deduced letter or mark. We'll call it that. Swap deduced letters. Index 1, int, index 2. Blue. Boom. So this is where we will set up the animation later. Swap deduced letters. Deduced letter to index swap. And the current index. So we should expect no change in behavior from that. Make sure that that refactor worked as expected. Of course it didn't. Index. I've decided that index 1. And this is index 2. And just so that's consistent. That's not what we put up here. Okay. Run it. There we go. Just want to make sure that the swap hasn't been broken. And something died. Let's just do a full clean rebuild. Yeah, I find as a programmer, the hard part isn't thinking of the of abstractions to add. The hardest part is thinking which is the right abstraction, or should an abstraction be applied at all. I've used enough game engines. I know how a lot of game engine stuff is organized and how they play it. For something like a small game like this, especially, most of those abstractions are completely unnecessary. Time for some gum while this builds. Let's see. Okay, so interesting. You know, S is in. Oh. Since we have 4 letters between the 15 characters that are unique in the first 3 words of guessed, we know that we can only add 1 letter to this whole system. That's not in those 15. BD says it could be B or E or Y, but waxed has 2. And it cannot be W and X. Because that would mean we'd have 6 characters deduced. W and X plus whatever 4 these are. So it has to be E with one of the characters from W and X. So we'll take the E, which means that B and Y are out, which means I and M are out, which means N is in and H is in. Wins. It's an interesting word. Oh, I didn't use the feature we were testing. When you start playing a game. Interesting. Huh. So it has to be C and S. If I'm reading this all right. B and Y are very common letters, so we always pick this one first. Then flogs, then jacks. But yeah, this is all working as expected. So we should quit. Yeah, we would have got there probably. Because now we add our animations. Okay. We'll just start with the color. That seems like the easier one to do. Set range. We're going to take gray, turn it into blue, and to apply that, take this, Color C. And we need the index. Set duration. Let's call it quarter of a second. This one goes from blue to gray. It's this thing instead. And it's index 2 we need to capture. Okay. So we take the sequencer. What? Oh, scheduler. Action sequence scheduler dot new action sequence. I think we need one thing. Sequence. Set play animation. The address of our color reduced letters animation. That is the 0th action. It'll play until that's done. Same thing happens here. Okay. Let's just see what happens. I was thinking about animating just letters. Maybe that's not the best idea. I don't know, maybe it will. We can play with it later. Alright, we run it. Curious. This one practically solves itself. GD logs. Oh, F4G. Alright. That is fading to blue. it is fading off of blue. So if we watch this T, it's going to change into an H and then fade to gray. Bam. Let's make that time longer just so we can see a little better. So it's the quarter second. Let's go to a full second. It's going to take a while to change that. The other question I kind of want answered is, oh, did I do it clean? Oops. The other question I have is, with positions, things like quadding out look way better, but in colors, I don't know if they do. So we're gonna play around with the easing curve a little bit on this. Mm. I have some log statements that are starting to get annoying for me right now. Yeah, basically all of these layout questions. Whoa! Yeah, so there's the text quads comment. Log UI info or layout questions. Okay. Yeah, so basically all this stuff can go away. Oh, I did it clean again. Okay, we're done with that. File. And yes, we will interrupt our last build. Yeah, there's a couple things about those animations I wasn't sure I wanted to get around to today, but we went ahead and did them anyways. So the start sound and start animation. I was afraid I'd get going down a rabbit hole of too many implementation details, but I think the way I've got it actually isn't bad. I sort of imagine most of the time too, you're mostly going to want to start sounds and then play animations. But I don't know. Like I said, we're sort of playing with it in game now, so play. So this should take a second to fade those colors. Okay. We need one more letter. It's not in there. OS can only contain one, so FNG has to have another one. So everything except F and G can go away from our pre-computed list. Lines is now good. Human E or R, so U is out. Therefore R is in and P is out. So let's do exit and fade out. So here's the I fading to blue. And then the S will swap over there, and then the I will turn blue. Then the S will turn blue. And then the S will become a hyphen and fade to white. Okay. It's grins, I think. Ooh. Oh, so the animation start is still Oh, what? Set range, set duration. It's already running? Oh, maybe I'm clicking too fast. With that full second. Yeah. Since I interrupted it. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. There we go. It's rings then. Hey. Okay. But we can see those animations playing nicely. Therefore. So while it's running so slowly, let us set the easing method to just good old quad in out. Just so we can see if there's a big difference between linear colors versus quad in out colors. This is actually going to get a bit more. Oh, it's quad in out. There we go. Really, this duration and setting method can be set once in the constructor. All right. Nice toads. Demon. Oh, come on. No L, no C. Jax. No, it's J or K. J or K. I think. Tanks. I'm not sure that quad don't makes that big of a difference. But I do think it needs to be a quarter second. Alright. Okay, so what actually is going to happen now is this gets complicated. This one. Swap deduced letters. Color. Position swap. Okay. The action sequence. We need a new action sequence. This happens at the same time this thing's happening. Oh, is that true? Well, first of all, if index 1 is not equal to index 2. We don't have to do any weird animations if we're swapping the same character with itself. The only thing we have to do is change the color back. Here's what's gonna happen. We're going to move both letters past each other from one's position to the other's position. And then, in the same frame, as soon as that animation is done, once we go boop, what we're going to do is we're going to quickly swap the text letters and put the characters right back where they were without an animation immediately, so that everything is in the same order as if we just swapped the letters. So we're going to move them, and then we're going to unmove them instantaneously. It should be seamless, in theory. I love theory. So the real question is, how many actions is that going to take? 2 actions? This color goes away, because the color is always handled here. The name of the other one, the swap reduce letters animation. Let's do this. Let's put this up in my initializer somewhere. Blah, blah, blah. Sure, and then we never have to do it down here. Set duration. This will also take 0.25 seconds. Okay. Int swap. Constant. Swap letter time. There we go. We're just gonna do this for now. We don't need to change the easing curve on this one yet. So what we're gonna do is we need the position of letter 1 and the position of letter 2. We may go and parameterize this, which means we can do this in a, not a point, but in a 2-point thing. All right. Let's rect and R1 equals reduced letters at index 1 bounding rectangle. Rectangle 2. And what we're going to want is to move them past each other to each other's position. could do this with 2 animations running simultaneously, where I start one and then play the other. But I actually don't like that. It feels dirty. It feels bad. Okay, so we're going to set range. That's going to be from R1 dot, oh no, it's going from 0 to 1. And the trick is, we have a capture, we have a thing, and it's going to take a double value. And it's going to do potentially several things. But for now, it's going to be, oh, we need to capture. Rectangle. I think rectangles are integers. Yes. Int x1 x equals r1 dot x. Int x2 equals r2 dot x. y1 equals and y. Okay. We need to capture index 1, index 2, this, x1, ooh, do I want y1? We'll pass it, even if we don't use it. x2, y2. One thing I want to try eventually is the center x. So x at the center is x1 plus x2 divided by 2. Oh no, that's not true. The x at the center is r1 dot x plus r1 dot, wait, rectangles. Rectangles just expose those, that's fine. Oh wait, r1 dot, I think there's a function for this, because I thought ahead. I try not to do that too often, but I want the center x, middle x, yeah. Plus r2 dot middle x divided by 2. And the y center, so basically the center point between the two, we might use that shortly, but we don't need it right now. I'm just, while I was thinking about it, I thought I'd stub it in. Okay, so this animation will take this point to m squared reduced letters sub index 1 dot move to something very similar for the other one. Next 2. Now where they're moved to is where the fun begins. Move to interpolate between x1 and x2 value. And we might as well do the same thing for y here. Because we might get some more fun, complicated movements later, so we might as well have it stubbed in. So in this case, we would expect this one needs to move to the other place. So in this case, they'll go past each other. So the sequencer set play animation, swap deduce letters animation, and that's the first thing we do. 0. Then we set an immediate action in 1. Basically, do that. So this needs to be captured in this index 1, index 2, x1, y1, x2, y2. Okay. So basically, we're gonna animate the two going past each other. Once they arrive, so when this is completed and the animation is done, we're going to immediately take an action to swap the characters, and then we have to move both of the letters back where they were. This index 1, move 2, and it was at x1, y1 originally. This one was at x2, y2 originally. And that should do it. The next time we hit the update, these things should happen over 1 second. Part 2 was not declared, obviously. Redeclaration of Part 2. Good heavens. Oh, there it is. Very cute. Alright, well, whatever. Okay. Let's see how bad it goes. Ooh, nice. Lines. Ultra goes away. OD can contain at most 1. So, and it has to be one or the other. So S is in and P is out. CHI, okay. CEDOD, OD, EMN, IME. At least Rhino is at least Rhino is. Oh, so M is out. Good to know. just see, so I don't actually have to do anything anymore. Pulls. So O is out, D is in, C is out, H is in. So click, fade to blue, click, okay. So that's not very good animation, but it is animation. And it's not losing track of my indices. So when we do the swap back at the end, this action here is to swap the actual text. So we moved the physical buttons. Yeah. But I had them laid out in index order, and that's one of the ways we keep track of which letter we're looking at, which one's being swapped. So I move them physically, and then I have to unswap them so that those indices remain consistent across that whole array. The position has to be undone. So that's what we were mostly looking for. So, oh, oops, animation already running. Shied away. Cool. But this is not where we want to end up. Quitting. Okay, so the animation works. This is a straight swap. I don't actually like that. We're going to do something more fun by including XC, YC. And this will be what happens. Although, I think it may be time for a restroom break. So, that's probably what we'll do. This is good progress. This is looking good. Mute. See you in a minute. Okay, and we are back. Let's see what we've got going on here. What we're looking at is this. We have a simple animation running. I've got it, oh, not that one. I've got it running really slow. Or we can swap a letter. It fades to blue. When we swap, they slide past each other to their new home. And that all works. But I don't like that. I want something fancier. So we're going to pass in the point at the center between the two letters. You know what else we could do? No, we're not. We're not doing it. Okay. What I want to do is sweep one of the letters up and over in a semicircle, and the other one to go semicircle under. So, over the T, we want 1/2 sine waveform. Sine of the value we're given times pi. I have pi defined. I really need to fix that. I'll add it to my list. Add it to my list. Define pi somewhere useful. Okay. It was in about scene because we needed it there. Now it's going to go into game scene, and it makes me sad, but that's the way life is. Okay. So V times pi times x1 minus xc Let me think about this. Oh, computer radians, which is x1 minus c squared. That'll be the same for both because we calculate the center point of the two texts. X will be that radius. That's that. So now, instead of x1 to x2, Create linear drive-by. So the two letters at index 1 will be moved to cx plus x, cy plus y, oh no. Is it minus and minus? Yeah, let's just try and see what happens. Ugh. XC centered of two squares, two texts. Yeah, what? Oh, XC, not CX. Y at the center. We'll just see how that looks. Boom. Not testing anymore. Okay. We need to find a bunch of letters. So B. Nope. Oh, nice. Nope. Yep. Nope. 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 Okay. Fade to blue. Oh, that's cute, but it's definitely wrong. Oh. That was closer to what I was looking for. Whoop. That's close. That's close to what we want. It's almost there. Spin around a circle. Okay, so let's stir at some math for a little bit. You know what? But that fabs is what's, well, that's part of it. One part of it. When you do fabs, you lose which was to the left and which one was to the right. Preserve that sign information. Then maybe we have these letters backwards, but it should be a straight swap to fix that. So let's take a look. Well, we've got that information, No U, there is a C, therefore there's no A, therefore it's a T, and B or Y contains the others. So, fade to blue, swap. O, T, H, O, definitely wrong. H, then O, closer. Okay. Just out of curiosity, run 1,000 frames per second. 5, 8, 13, 12. That seems a little bit slower than during the animation. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Okay. So if we go left, then right, as opposed to right, then left. Oh, okay. Oh, problem one. We're off by half a width of a rectangle because I'm trying to rotate centers around centers, or specifying the point from the upper left-hand corner. So, sure. Okay, so when we move to minus, I need to know the width and the height. It's W equals R1 dot width dot W H. Okay. We have to capture those as well. W and H. Plus W over 2. Oh, minus W over 2. Minus W over 2. I just want to pre-compute that outside of here. Might as well. Let's see here. W in half. 1/2 minus W over 2. W over 2. We can do this simpler if we do it somewhere else as well. Right here. Minus W over 2 minus height over 2. W was not declared. That's because you're right. Okay. Oh, hey, Amelia Leo. How's it going? First time chat. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing good. How are you doing? EAD contains 1. LOS. Maybe not as helpful. ED has 2. Well, act is not going to give me any good information, but drain. Oh, max is AES has 3 and AED has 3, so that's quite interesting. Well, flogs, lines, demon, toads, P or R or H, P or R, so U is out, R is in, P is out, C is in, and no H. Now, whoop. That animation is closer. Whoop. That's not very good. Wow, that was really terrible. Is this your favorite game? No, it's just the one I'm developing from scratch with no game engine and minimal dependencies. I have a couple of purposes in this game. One is to keep the scope very small, so I don't have to. So while I'm building up my own game code, it's limited in scope. So it's a simple game, but it lets me build a lot of pieces of an engine and crank out something. So in a couple of months, I should have this looking much better. Have a lot of usable code that I can ship this, and then when I'm got that done, I can extract the good parts and make a better game in the second one. So this is a good game. I actually find it kind of engaging. Yes, hello, I am reading chat. Is my mute on? I'm not muted. Good. Yep, I am reading chat. So for this game, there are only what 4 or 5 dependencies that you can see in the output of on the console, and I'm trying to make it all small and compact and run in a single executable. If you are interested in getting notifications when I stream, do you work or streaming? Right now I'm just streaming. I quit my job a while ago because it was killing me, so trying to do something new. I don't consider myself a streamer yet. Maybe I never will. I consider myself a programmer. But the streaming has a couple of benefits. It forces me to not get too sidetracked by like social media or reading things and reading up on tech. I've got to get things done. And two, it forces me into a pretty consistent time schedule. So I do have a Discord channel. If you ever want to get notifications when I start streaming, I usually send out a message there. I've been working with someone on some branding lately, so maybe next week I'll have an actual logo and banner. But this is all pretty amateurish as far as streaming goes. For work, I've got 15 years of experience in various software development projects of all sorts. I've been streaming for about a week now, so still not great at it. It takes practice to get good at streaming. Hopefully get it figured out eventually. Nope, I don't have a job right now. I'm living off of my savings, which is never a comfortable position to be in. Hmm. Animation is just making me sad though. E to S. So somewhere my math is still definitely wrong. Center point between the two plus the x distance that I've computed, which is the radius times the cosine. So what brings you to this stream, Emilio? You interested in gaming or programming or both at the same time? So bad. So bad. Races. That's the correct word. Interesting. A-D. So yeah, we're sitting on tier 0 programmer art for now. Gonna have to do some layout work later, and then we'll update the graphics with better stuff. Where am I from? I'm from the United States. I live in Idaho. Where are you from? I've had someone from Brazil that stops by pretty regularly in the stream. Had somebody from India the other day. They were way out of time zone. I guess they sleep pretty strange hours. S, L, not N, S. Not L, N, S. All right. If I make those assumptions, these things are all true. Oh, so this one has a contradiction and is useless. You're from the US? Cool, cool. What part? I'm slightly curious also about time zones. I'm wondering if I'm streaming too early in the day to get most people. So BYWX, if that's the one we want to go with. Jax, Demon, Rhino, Flogs, Toads. Okay, so this one has contradictions and can't be correct either. So LOS. W is it and X is out. Not B, it's a Y. Interesting. So lousy. I spelled it wrong. Do you have a background in programming at all, or? Ugh. That animation is so bad. See, that wasn't. It goes out too far. Oh, okay, that's an interesting point. Oh, it's not the distance from. Right, it's half width. And that should work regardless which side it's on. Okay, so that should fix some issues. And I think I may have to add half from one and subtract half width from the other. Oh no. I should subtract it in both cases. Which goes back to the way I had it originally. Because regardless of which side of the rotation on the corner offset of the letter is same. Try that. Okay. Okay. 3 letters only that we know. We know H and O. We know that it's not D. We know it's not U. We know it's not C. It has to be A, not T. E. There's one of them. There's the other. So B, Y, F, G are the only ones we don't know. Bogey? Oh, nice. Oh, but I didn't use the feature I wanted to. Codes. So we know all those letters are not in. Oh, cool. Huh. Demon. Rhino. STM. Alright. We will. Yeah, so let's do Rhino. So H I not O. H not I. N. H I not N. H not I. N. Not H I. And we'll just see. Are you consistent with streaming? I have been for a whole week now. I've been doing 5 days worth consistently. About a little under 5 hours a day. Again, I might be that I'm streaming too early in the day. Maybe it needs to be more of a night owl thing, but I'm trying to hit East Coast and maybe some of the late Europeans. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know the game yet. The streaming thing is new. Miami, so that's a contradiction. That workspace is done. Oop. Those are all in. M is out. T or A are both out, and that's a contradiction. So it has to be this one. L, C are out, which means ES is in. A is out. T is in. M is out. Nice. So let's. That's very cute. That's just wrong. So I've got animations working. I'm trying to do slightly fancier animation. You're a graphic designer. Okay. I am jealous of people who have real programming or who have real artistic ability. Granted, I only spent, very little time on the art in this game. But I also know if I spent a lot of time, it wouldn't look a whole lot better. For some reason, all of my creativity is in the code itself, the way that I think about solving those kinds of problems. So as a graphic designer, like, do you do magazines or like web pages, or what kind of graphic design do you do? I'm always curious about other people's skills, how they got them, what they use them for. Well, these rotations are making me a little sad. TA not S, T not AS, not TAS. Alright, let's look for contradictions. Hey, there's a contradiction. Boom, done. Nope. Both of those are in. That's a contradiction, so it goes away. Which means it has to be this one. Those all go away. C and H are in. P is in. No I. Chaps, huh? So let's see if I select letters on the right. I want to move them to the left. That is the correct rotation for both of them. If I click a letter on the left and I want to swap it to the right, that's completely weird. So right to left isn't bad. Left to right is terrible. Which I can make work. Company subfields. Oh, cool. Let's see here. I know Adobe's have been in hot water lately. Was that your tool of choice before, or Adobe Photoshop, the layout tools? SMP are out. INE are in. CH are out. Therefore, N is in, D is in, O is out. Okay. BD. Okay. Logs. X. Wow. Tough one here. W or X? And how long have you been doing graphics design? Yep. Left to right is always bad. Really bad. But right to left is not as bad. I think it's wind. No. Okay, so it happens when. I'm going to take a note here real quick. I go to journal, I have a bug listed. Reproduction. When a letter is reduced in, then click X. All right, that's good. Now I know how to fix it. Okay, so one thing we're gonna do, we're gonna quit. And where we start this swap, we're gonna force the swap to be a certain way. Index 1 is greater than index 2. Then temp equals index 1. Index 1 equals index 2. Index 2. No. 2 equals index 1. Index 1 equals index 2. Index 2 equals temp. There we go. Wow, that was way harder than it should have been. And we're just going to always make sure that we swap left to right. That way I'm not worrying about directional stuff. We designed some really cool graphic stuff for my channel. Cool. Gaming logo, banner, emotes, overlay, VTuber model. Nice. Well, I already have somebody doing logo and banner as like a starter thing. But if I ever actually get some followers and start making any money, whether it's from, the game itself or from streaming, I'd prefer it come from the game itself actually, but that's how life goes. I might be interested in upgrading my package. So if you have like a portfolio or gallery I can look at of your work, that'll give me an idea if I want to use you as I upgrade my graphics stuff. I am certainly open to the idea. Right now, however, I'm kind of burning through my savings, so. Okay, those go away, that goes away, those go away. R and O are in, no T, no M, yes. B, okay. Logs, no. Jacks, nope. Next. Okay, we know our last letters. B, Y, W, X. Lame, not B, it is Y. Not W, it is X. Oh, interesting. P and R. O and R. Y and O. The animation is sad. So just forcing the indices in a single order definitely made things a lot more consistent. So that's good. So that cuts my problem space down. It's obviously proxy, but instead of these rotating around at the radius, oh, okay. It's proxy, yes, thank you. Okay, so right down here, we subtracted. Do we need to add? 2 as being the larger of the two things. Oh, curiouser and curiouser. So all of toads are in U or L, so C is out, H is out. At least from what I know. Oh, which I kind of know. Okay. BD, logs, jacks, waxed. Wow. None of these words added any information. Quats or squat. But that's not the point. The point is... Okay, well that was not it. What? Oh, I was saying, do you have a portfolio or a gallery of example work you've done before? Is my mic cutting out or something? I already have someone doing a logo and banner, but if I start making actual money and not using up all my savings, I would not mind having an oh, is my voice? Maybe if I just move closer to the mic. I have someone doing logo and banner already. If I start making money instead of using my savings, then yes, I would be interested in adding more stuff. So if I can see a portfolio, I will definitely keep you in mind. Yeah, so let's see here. I put a Discord link up above in the chat. You can join there, or let's see. Yeah, or you can tell me your Discord handle. Or I can tell you mine. Discord. Let's see, make sure I'm spelling it right. Pretty sure it's okay. Well, let me go try and do that then. All right, sent you an invite. Check out. Oh, I can't do it that way, can I? Can I? So this is firstly. X1 is less than index 2. And therefore should be more left. So if I add half the width, and then I subtract x from that, that should give me a very consistent radius. Check it out. Just a second, I'm gonna check the phone real quick. Never mind, someone beat me to it. Okay. This is the leftmost plus half the width will put the center of my box minus the midpoint between the two. That's my radius. X cosine. Cosine is positive. So minus, plus, minus, plus. So I take the center minus. So this is center to center. So I take the midpoint between the two. I subtract x or I add x. These are the centers. Minus half width. It's half height. Minus half height. I'm just going to keep around a copy of this that's more basic in case I feel like rolling back. I think this is closer. Except, oh no, yes. Here we go. Okay, I'm waiting for join a server. Heyo. I have joined something. Nope, not that one. There you are. Howdy, howdy. Heyo. P and S are out. These three are in. A and D are in. O is out. T is out. Okay. E, R. Okay. Okay. This I think we can work with. Ooh. What we're doing is 2 and 1. I think it might be good on this one. Okay, looking at some samples here. Nice. Wait a minute, is that solo leveling? Abyssal Vision. Okay, alright. Some emotes. Logos. Banner. Or something. Psycho. I like that one, that's cool. Got some animations. Alright. Yeah, I'll take a closer look at them when I'm done streaming for the day. See if I finally got my animation right. Okay. paste. LC can have at most one. Okay, so it can't be both L and C because of lunch. But we know it's not U for that very reason. Which means proud is that. LC, LTA, LA cannot have two. So it cannot be T. Which means that C and D are both in. L and S are out. A is in, no M. No, I made a mistake somewhere. Clear it. So we've got the 5, so we can do that. Yeah. Here we go. Rhino is out. L A. So therefore no U and no T. LA or LC. Paste. Proud lines. MC. Oh, no, can't do that. A is not known. Lunch toads. Ultra demon chips. Nope. Proud lines. But A, T, C. Okay, okay. A, L, C. Well, it can't be L because then I have to eliminate A and C. So it has to be A and C and not L. Therefore, E, D are in. P is in. No M, no S. There we go. Now. Hey. Hey, those letters are rotating. Color didn't clear, but that's okay. E. D. Paste. Oh, okay. But we've got the animation working. Therefore, we can speed it up now. If we make it a quarter second, how does that look? Okay. Compilation finished. Ooh. This is always a good sign. STM. CHIPS. Oh, rough. Let's see. 2. I want IE, not S. I, not ES. Not IES. Okay, looking for contradictions. D, A. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Rhino, DM. Not that. Not A. Therefore T. Huh. I have a couple of possibilities that have not resulted in contradictions yet. AD. Well, boom, boom. Rotations are working great. With the one exception being, if we're in the middle of a swap, we don't want to pick up a second click. So we need a Boolean to capture bool m underscore. Oh wait, no, I don't have to do that. Swap letter. Okay. Okay. The only thing that mattered, well, that's not true. I'm going to set this one. The cutter deduction is here. If this contains if dot is, I think animation is dot running, is running. So we clicked inside of one of the deduction letters. We only do something if there's no animation. That's it. Now I cannot click too fast. And the last piece of this puzzle will be choosing an easing curve. Oops. Wow, can't type. Round lines. H-I-N, not S, not M. There is a T. Okay. E. Logs. Alright, it's a F or G. But we want to test. Clicking. Oops. If the animation is not running, we should definitely have that set up correctly. Logic, don't make it backwards. Yeah. Click, click, click. TRA, no P, no I, there is an S. BD has it. If it's Y, it could be starry. So close. When I click same letter again, it, oh, okay, might be this thing. Yep. If they're the same, we just clear the deduction. Yep. You're so close to having the first real animation in game. What? Set immediate. Oh. Two. Okay. Wow. It's already open. Okay. Sprint. E and S are in. DM is out. A is in. No T. P is in. E. Jacks. There it is. So it's everything for JK. Jokes. Oh, why did I do that? Jumps would be more helpful. There we go. Oh, I did not invert the logic when I did that. If the indices are equal, clear the selection. Otherwise, all of that stuff. Okay. And now that I've thought through all of that, I wonder if I can remove that swapping of the indices. That is something I would like to try. Punch tools. Place rhino. Problems. Okay. BD. EAD. Oh, interesting. Hmm. Oh, interesting. LT, no C, E, D are in, no BY, no G, no P, no S. All right. Logs, jacks. Waxed. No. Hmm. 1 2 2 2 1 1 2 3 1 2 1 1 2. Okay, the deductions look good. Here. Holes. Hey, it's the letter V. Who knew? No. D. E. I could maybe make this a little faster. It feels a little slow. Okay, but the other thing we want to do is try and ease some curve with it. So the swap will move itself. We can do quantity now. That's not exactly the one I want to do. It will look better than what we've got going. All right, let's start deducing two. Which one should we do? We do TAS or HIM? EMN. Okay, it cannot be E and M because ME can only have one. So I is out and N is in. LATAS. E or M. Oh, H is in. Ugh. H is in. Therefore, L, C are out. M, E, S. E and S are in. M is out. T or A. Well, it's definitely not A. Okay. Okay. That feels better than the straight linear. It speeds up and it slows down. Yeah. That's not what we're doing. We're not trying to solve any problems here. What I really want to try is called, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay. It's called, just back out. The one that, we'll try back out. Maybe back in out. That could be fun. Let's see what it looks like. Nope. T or A, therefore U is out, which means C is in, and oh no, made a mistake somewhere. Ugh. LNS. Nope. T or A cannot have one, so U is in. No C. Okay. BD, flogs, jacks. Okay. Boom. Everything's out except the J and the K. Okay, I think it's the K. So if we do U, whoop. Whoop. Thanks. What? Okay, so if we make it longer, can we make it backhand route? We could also do bounce out. Just take some letters. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah. I actually want the color one to go faster than the animate one. So that's interesting. But not a big problem. So the color animation can be that 0.5. This one would be 0.5 for that, 0.25 for that. I think we're just about there for the day. This little animation starting to look pretty good. Even leaves rhino outlines. Okay. Computed letters go away. We oddly don't have very much information. EAD has one, so LC has one, so U and M and H are out. That's not bad. Now we can make some deductions based on rhino. So it's RI, not O, R, not IO, not RIO. Alright, so in space number one. No P, no D, E or A. LC must have one. At least we agree. LA must have. No, I don't think I can deduce anything from there. Just look at the next workspace real quick. Demon. L and S. T or A. No, there's already a contradiction. This one can't be it. This one. Toads. No. There's already a contradiction there too. So this was the one. M or E. TAS. LTA. LC. LES. Okay, well, let's see here. Let's get some letters along. So no M, no A, E is in. No L, no S, 34C, and T. Boom. Boom. Actually looks pretty good. That color fade could be a little faster. In fact, I just say it's only when you actually do the swap that it blocks inputs. That is an option. So instead of quarter. We want to go with an 1/8 second. And instead of looking for color, we look for the swap. Just go for swap. Reduce letter animation. I should be able to double click to select the letter and pop it off. So start an animation. Can't. Yeah, that makes sense. Things are moving. Sprint play. Lunch codes. Okay. Wow. Okay. We need to find one more letter. Vlogs, jacks, waxed. I think this is our best bet, or TRA. So let's copy the workspaces all over. TR, not A. T, not RA. Not TRA. 2. DS. ME. So this one contradictorily says I need both a W and X, W or X, and an F or a G, and a J or a K. So this has too many contradictions to work. This one, E or D. So W and X would be out. This one actually doesn't give me very much. Let's look at this workspace here. ED has to have 1, so no B, no Y. Y, no O. D and S are in. E is out. WX is out. JK is out. F or G work. Nope. Nope. Okay, this one actually looks promising. Rads. Oh, but I'm testing. Boop. Or drags. That feels pretty good. Right, I think that animation is done. I think we're happy with that. Quit. Happy day. Alright, let's go check. Alright. In that case, journal. Added animation to swapping deduction letters. Nice circular thing with color fade. Yeah, and that's just done. I'm liking it. Is there any cleanup I need to do? Weird test code that I did not like hanging around. Basic animation setup stuff. The straight linear drive-by go away. Animate the swap as a move. Put the wait. Put the swap the texts and put the chars back where they were. So index and position for the letters by index correlates with the letter position. Ooh, the other thing I wanted to test. I did want to test this. What if we did that? I just want to see what happens now. Maybe I'll be sad. But it could also be cool. In that left, right, right, left might look different. Okay, D is in, no T, no A, U is in, C is in, PD, logs, jacks. So it's B, Y, J, K. Jumps, no J. Just K, ducky, probably ducky. Yep, it's Y. Okay. Except I spelled out the word exactly. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, so if I do DU, it rotates clockwise. If I go DU, CK, oh, interesting. I kind of now want to rotate clockwise versus counterclockwise. Oh. Did this not compile with that changing? So confusing. 2, 3, 4, 5. I am. Okay. So it always goes clockwise. But swapping those indices does not matter. Does not matter. Oh, okay. Here, how about this? We can go backwards. Double pi equals m underscore pi. Pi equals minus pi. Pi. Yeah, let's go around the circle backwards. Oh, we should capture pi. Yeah, if those rotations are opposites, that would be perfect. I J K L M I to M I to M. Aha! Okay, I actually don't like that. I want it the other way around. Okay, index 1 greater than index 2, then we'll rotate counterclockwise. Hey, it's gonna be awesome. JKLM. Now, I swapped with M. Bummer. M swapped with I. M. I. M. I. Why is that backwards? Index of is less than. Did I delete and put back in exactly the same symbol here? No, I'm just testing this. I M is clockwise, and I M is counterclockwise. Yes! That makes me happy. Oh, good. From the central midpoint. There, easy. So we pre-compute a bunch of stuff, positions, and then we load up a lambda function to say where do we move to. Then we clean up everything at the end. And Bob is your uncle. Whew, I think that is it for today. Not bad, not bad. I'm gonna play one quick deduction here. Toads. No letter string. Okay, ultra even laced rhino proud lines. Okay. EAD has 2, so LC has 1, so U and H are out. It does not give me as much as I would like. Ultra Demon Chips, ACIPS. Nope. Rhino Proud BD Logs, LOS. I don't actually think this word is as helpful. Let's see here. Topaz. Oh. TOP. Not seeing anything obvious introduced. Let's try else. Alright, well. IED. So it cannot be ED. Therefore, A has to be in and I has to be out. Does that give us enough to start deducing things? Chips, CHIPS, okay. Laced Prinos, no proud lines. MTC, nope, still can't do anything there. But that goes away. LR, LC, DS, FS, LE. Okay, well, let's try to make some contradictions here. LE, not S. L, not ES. Not LES. 2. DR, not M. 2, 2, so there's a contradiction. D, R, not M. There's a contradiction. Not D. R is in, M is out. 1, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. There. Now. Yeah, that looks good. Races. Oh. All right then. Oh, come on. All right. There we go. Ooh, we got into action. All right. So that's the first of our animations. We're gonna have a whole bunch more animations. It's gonna be fun. So we're good. We're quitting. Now, I'm not actually sure that this is strictly necessary at all. I want to try that one little thing. What if we don't swap them and put them back where they were? It might not matter. I might not have to retain order. The more I've thought about it in the back of my mind. But we've already verified everything else, so let's just do this. I am... Oh, yep. I am... Okay, so I do have to do that. That cleanup step is necessary because of the order has to match the positions. Okay. Game over. Ooh, long stream tonight. All right. Almost done. Deductions. Wow. Now animates nicely. Both color and position. Boom. Nice. Okay, thank you for joining me in today's stream. Hopefully it was entertaining for you as it was for me. Maybe I'm just weird as a programmer. Otherwise, you can hop into my Discord and we can chat about anything. The Discord server link is in the channel, in the chat. Yeah, that's it. So have a good one. And we'll see about maybe streaming tomorrow. Unsure.